start with the lightweights. We have 4 in this class. They range from 83 to 87 pounds. And those numbers, your tags will be 844, 728, 15, and 998. On deck will be number 17, 720, 993, 981, and 987. We also, while they're bringing them in, like to welcome our judge tonight, Mike Martin. He drove 360 miles a day out of Willard, Ohio. He started his sheep flock in 1964 with Chevys, had Dorsets in 68, Suffolks and Amps in 70s. He has a flock of 400 ewes. So he's seen quite a few sheep in his years.
I already got it taken care of. You wrote down Usually, and I'll place this glass from my right to my left, usually the first lamb combines conformation and adequate finish to easily win this class. It's really straight in its lines, got adequate finish over the ribs and over the top, and standing on the most correct feet of legs. A really, really nice lamb that will easily win this class. And then as we look at the next three, they're lambs that probably can use a little bit more condition. Again, I judge lambs first. If I take lambs to the sale barn, and that's what I do for a living, finish is very important. I saw that in Mount Hope, Ohio. They had 3,000 lambs last week, and they have to have an adequate amount of finish to sell well. And so that's one of the first things I judge for. Then I kind of look for confirmation and amount of muscle. So first off is these next three lambs could use a little bit more condition, and that is having some condition over the ribs. They're a little bit bare there, but the lamb that we have in second is probably has the most condition, has more condition than the other two lambs behind it. That's the main reason it's there. It's probably the more correct on its back leg, maybe not so the way it's standing right now, but it is a lamb that if I was to change it, I think the two lambs behind it are definitely lower from their hips to the fin, lower over the rump. But I would like to change that about her. She's a little bit refined in her bone. I'd like to change that, but because of the finish that she has, which is a little bit more than the two lambs behind it, we'll have that lamb standing in a second. And then we've got the white-faced lamb that's got some muscle, probably a little bit deeper in the chest than I like, but he's a little bit deeper in his rib. I think he's got a fair amount of more product in his legs and behind. He's a lamb that doesn't pull together maybe as well as you would like. He's a lamb that wants to tuck his hocks in a little bit as you feel from behind. But here's a lamb that, again, looks like he probably got more condition on than the lamb ahead of him, but he does. He's really raw. He's a lamb that continue to grow and make a really large lamb and still not be too fat. So it's nice project for this young lady. Our fourth lamb, and it's really close between third and fourth, is a lamb that again needs a little bit more condition. This is a lamb that wants to stand narrow at the ground, at behind, and gets a little bit wide in her hocks. The lamb's cut up in this rear flank a little bit more than I like. I like to give a little bit more depth of rib, and that would help performance on this lamb. Very clean fronted lamb, a little bit lighter bone lamb. For me, I like to see a little bit more stuff in the bone. Usually when there's a little bit more bone, there's usually a little bit more muscle. But a very nice class to begin with. Congratulations.
Second, Aaron Harris, Master Fitter. Third, Amber Robbins, Master Fitter. And fourth, Bay Steiger, Master Fitter. And the tote bags are donated by Tractor Supply.
Katie's in this one.
Live sheet of this class go from 90 pounds to 94 pounds. On deck, number 970, 729, 22, and 877.
She'd be short the main one. That's the two bigger ones. The other ones, they pretty well called. Yeah. We still got two of them up there in the field. I don't know. They'll come up to you big feed, but I don't think sure. I don't think you're going to hold on to it. You're going to move it. Yeah, we're keeping four of them in breed, so. She might be able to get it. They don't. The cows and the horse and the donkey like me, she don't. So. Those sheep, they don't mind doing it. I'm the one that goes in the cage and gives them a ride home.
That's one.
Oh yeah. Well. Took a week off. So they've done a really good job of getting where they're at. Now I think, in my opinion, it's close between the top two clams, and they're totally different. And I prefer the length and the size and the scale of the second place lamb because it's got a little bit more grill building and time to get even bigger. But today at this weight, this little lamb that wins the class is pretty good. There's not a flaw in it. It's finished nice, it's firm, it's smooth, it's straight, it's got a nice rib shape, it's good on its feet and legs. It's just too small frame. You look at it above the head, it's not real young, it's not younger than the other lambs, it's just small frame, and I think we're getting some of them too small to where they can't continue to get to that more ideal weight of around 130 pounds. But today, in this weight class, that's an awful nice lamb. I told this young lady here, she did an excellent job of showing this lamb, kept the top really level, the legs set really nice, and I love the length of body of this lamb. I like the way she sets it up. The lamb, though, if you look at this lamb right here, this is what beats this lamb. From the last of the rib back to the hip, the loin is just not filled in yet. Although the lamb's got adequate finish, she's done as good as she can. This lamb will just get better with more power. But today, a little bit smoother made lamb in his top beats her. And then we got a nice muscle lamb here in third. It's finished really nice. It's pretty good on his feet and legs. But what hurts this lamb today is when we look at it from the hips here to the pins, it's just not quite as level as I like. It's still really nice lamb, but we just had to do that I like it a little bit better, okay? And then we've got a crossbred lamb here that if I was ideally finished, probably a little bit better than the lamb right ahead of it, but he's a little bit deeper in the brisket, pretty bad on his feet, really weak on his pasterns. But what the genetic cross has got, he's done an excellent job. Congratulations. And this young man's got a tunis. It's not a meat breed, but it's not a wool breed. It's kind of in between, and he's done an excellent job. This lamb is ideal in its finish over the rib. It's just got a soft touch to it, and it's kind of light in its muscle, but that's the genetics of a tunis. And in a tunis coat, it's be a pretty nice lamb, but it doesn't have enough muscle compared to the lamb ahead of it. But for a tunis, it's a very nice lamb. Congratulations to all 5 of these.
Everyone has master fitter. First place, Bryce Snyder. Second place, Katie Shifted. Third place, Key Violet. Fourth, Aaron Harris. And fifth, LCF. Into the ring, numbers 970, 729, 22, 877. These weights go from 96 pounds to 101 pounds. On deck, we'll have number 1, number 645, 744, 28, and 727.
I'm seeing but that's it. She has a market breeding lamb. She'll be showing tonight and then Monday. And then they're trying to sell in. There's not a lot of
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. You know, one of the challenging things as a judge or anyone that's evaluating livestock is giving and taking. My job was to pick the sheep the most ideal and finished. I could do that real fast. If I was the one to pick the one with the most muscle, that would be a lot easier. But we're trying to combine finish, muscle, conformation, production, soundness, all into one package. It's just like people, none of us probably are exactly the way we'd want to be. And one thing is this dark covered lamb to start with, it's kind of hard to look at because of it being so dark. But the thing I like about this lamb, and again, if we're talking production, a sheep has to have a fair amount of rib. It has to have, this lamb is by far the biggest in his rack of any lamb out here, not even close. This lamb definitely has production. You want them deep at the rear flank, shallow at the chest floor, to have the angular shape you want. Pretty solid on his feet and legs. When I stand back, his hips doesn't fill into the loin, into the hip as well as I like. Doesn't stay as level over the rump as I like. But he stands very good on his back legs. He stands wide. He's got a lot of dimension through the center of his leg. I think a really nice lamb to start the class with. When they come in, of course, you like this lamb here in a second because he's really straight. He's really straight in his top line. He's got some squareness to his top, which you like, but he is the narrowest lamb in his rack shape. He has the shallowest in his rib. He has no curvature to his rib. So he's not going to be as good a performance that sheep as I like. I'd love him for his length, but he just doesn't have enough rib shape for me to put in his class today. This lamb here's got more rib shape, got more rack shape, but he's just too coarse up in his front here. Doesn't stay quite as level in his rump as I would like. This lamb here is probably carrying a little bit more condition as I like. If you look, you can see there's a fair amount of fat already, but you can see it moving when I'm touching it. It's a lamb that probably is the lightest muscle, has grown extremely well, has got good rib shape, and a really good performance lamb. A very nice class. Let's give them all another nice round of applause.
All but master fitter, first place Olivia Harris, second place Noah Kaufman, third place Cricket Robbins, fourth place Sophia Schoonmaker, the first in place in each lightweight is on deck. Into the ring, number 1, 645, 744, 28, 727. Then on deck, 998, 15, 720, 981, 22, 877. The lambs in this class, weight range is 102 to 105.
Yes, you did. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I've been telling you a long time, I've been accused of sometimes of being too negative when I give my reasons, what I see. And you know, when we look at what change about them, the really good qualities are there. But I'm going to try to point out to you why I make my decision as I make it and why I see what differences I see. Not everybody's going to put the same emphasis on finish as I do. Not everybody's going to put the same emphasis on soundness as I do. But again, it's not just all about the most amount of muscle. We've got to have them sound enough to perform. We've got to have enough rib shape for them to perform. We've got to have youthful enough to continue to grow. And so it's a combination of things. And a challenging class, as they come in, easily the top 2 grams are the 2 nicest grams I've seen in what we see in our shows today. And the slam, and I'm looking at it from the minute they come in, and I've kind of got my mind made up. You know, we do our hall shows if we don't handle them. But if I don't handle the lambs, everybody can say, well, you never even looked at my sheet. Well, I got my mind kind of made up as they come in. And when I do handle them, sometimes I do see some things that I like better or I like worse. Now, this first lamb, and again, one of the problems I see with the weather industry is we're trying to have dwarf gene in them now. And I wouldn't be surprised if both of these top 2 lambs carry that dwarf gene. And it makes them real muscular, and we get a little bit more maturity, and we get a little bit more mass by getting them a little bit older, and still not too big. And I tell people that when I graduated from high school, I massed up about another 200 pounds, and it's not muscle. And so this first lamb is out of gas. It's not going to get any bigger and get better. But on the side profile, this lamb is about as good as you want to make them. And then when I get up on this lamb and handle them, this little ewe lamb opens up the shoulders a little bit more than I like, and she's getting a little bit softer than I like. She's very acceptable. She's under that 3/10" back mat. She's very sound on her feet and legs. She's beautiful in her rib shape. She's massive in her top shape. But she's starting to get a little too fat, and she's not going to get any bigger. And I want a lamb bigger. 3,000 lambs at Mount Hope last week. There's only 100 lambs over 100 pounds. We've got all the exotic breeds, the Katahdins, the Dorpers, and we downsized for that ethnic market. Right now, the white breeds are worth less per pound than ethnic because they're horned. And we're getting the sheep where they don't grow. So we've got to keep that. As a judge, I'm going to preach once in a while and tell you what I've seen in my lifetime. Is when I worked at the sale barn when I was young, the lamb weighed less than 115 pounds that went on was fed up to 130 horse. And at one time I was able to sell 150-pound lambs, but I can't hardly do that now. And we started using black-faced bucks on our other-type bucks on our Dorsey ewes, and they don't have as much growth. That hybrid Peterson, they can grow faster, and they don't. So we're getting them. We went from the frame sheep, we got so big, now we're going the other direction. And we're testing all these breeds for that horn gene, which is a curse. This lamb here suits me better in touch, and this lamb here suits me a little bit better in the shoulders. He's down on his front pastures. He's not as good in his rib flank in his rib area. And when you watch this lamb walk, he wants to get underneath himself. He doesn't take a full stride. And so I don't think he's as sound in his movement. I like him better in his rib shape. I like him better over the shoulders. And I like him better in the finish. So it's a very close place. Two very, very nice lambs. This young lady, I told her this, she's got a big lamb. It's going to continue to grow. It's got a nice touch to it. Swirl to its fleece, which kind of distracts from its appearance. It's going to get a bigger hide. It's going to handle a little softer than it really is. Here's another really nice lamb that just doesn't have the overall shape, in my feel, of the lamb behind it. Another nice lamb, and this young lady was the first one to lead a sheep in. Again, sheep like to follow, they don't like to lead. She was the first one, and I tell my grandkids, and when my kids showed my grandkids, if you're going showmanship and they don't tell you you have to be first, don't be first. Now, anybody listening back in the barn, first sheep always leads the hardest, they like to follow. And if you look at a class in showmanship, the judge might start this way and lead them around. So the best place to be in a showmanship class is in the middle of the class because they like sheep behind them, they like sheep in front of them. And the judge is looking at the sheep in the middle way more than he's looking at the sheep on the end. I've judged many of shows. I've judged over 25 state fairs. And I hold my class on like this, went over and grabbed the mic and started talking about how good this lamb was showed in front. Now it's front, it's showing bad, and I've seen this happen a million times in shows. The judge will switch him last two because why? The lamb starts showing bad, so he switched him. So I watch him as he come in, but when she would bring her lamb in, it didn't want to leap. So she got in front of its head, which was telling the sheep to stop. And so when she would pull him on it, the lamb was fighting it with his back legs, and they were tucking them underneath. And when they tuck them underneath, they don't stride right, and the hip gets real steep. The second time I brought you around, you got back to the side where you're at now, the lamb looked 100% better. And this is an awful good class. Almost all these lambs would have been first or second in the class we had so far today. A young man that has a lamb that when I handle him over the rib and the lower rib, he's just totally bare of any condition. He could use a little bit more condition, and he could be as high as third of the second or third in this class. So a very nice class. Let's give them all another nice big round of applause.
First place, Alexa Moser. Second, Chase Shader, which will stay in the ring. Third, Peyton Hartman. Fourth, Cricket Robbins. And fifth, Avery Jansen. Need all first and second lightweights in the ring. 998, 15, 720, 981, 22, 877, 28, and number 1. Start our
weights after this, and on deck will be 867, 914, 972, and 16.
Turn all of them in that direction. Now that we're at well, first of all, let's all give all of them a nice round of applause for the nice job that they've done. Now, at the weight ranges we're at, every pound that lamb is heavier is an advantage when you're below where I want to call the optimum weight should be. So these lambs back here have an advantage in that respect. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's automatically going to win, because this is an awful competitive lamb right here. I like this lamb here, the one in the very first class, but you can see it's got more frame and length than the lambs behind it. It wasn't enough finish. This lamb, if it weighed that, it would be way more competitive. This little lamb here, for its size, is just about perfect. If you look at this lamb, though, when he leads this young man, one of the little fine things that I don't like this lamb is a little bit U-neck. If you look at it from his shoulders, there's a U there. His neck sets too low on his body. It just takes away from that perfect sheep, and especially if you're not getting it showed at its optimum, that really kind of shows up as a down-headed sheep. It's a lamb that's a little bit small frame for me, but a very ideally finished lamb, very heavy muscle lamb. Then the dark pelted lamb was the lamb that surprised me with the big rack, the lamb that surprised me with the good touch to it, the lamb that has got good rib shape, but just a little bit too light in the muscle in that rear end, and not quite as level as I like to see it out over the hip. Then our last lamb, we stand back and just want to say what one should look like. This lamb suits me really well. I would like to see a bigger frame. You can see it is short cannon bone lamb, so it's done growing, and it's actually past its prime. It would have been better at this weight, but this lamb is really, really big top. One of the most correct lambs in this class, championship drive. Is the most correct lamb in rib shape. Got probably the most pounds of muscle per pound, or for frame size, but it is a little bit softer in touch than I would like. Then on the other side, we've got some lambs that are got the frame size, they're back in kind of the shape or the dimension. We get back to the lamb out of class 4, is a lamb that I think is probably a bit more ideal and finished than this lamb here. But watch the lamb when he walks, he gets underneath himself. This young man does a great job of showing it. But he's got a little bit too much wool on the back of his legs, which makes it look like he's a little bit simple hot, and the lamb appears more so that way when it walks. Is a lamb that got really nice shape to its ribs. Needs to be better on its front pastures, but a very, very nice land. Again, I'm pointing out all the little things that I would change about it. But it's an awful good land. It comes down to 3 lands in here. I'm going to go out and pick our grand in reserve now in our lightweight class.
Our grand champion is Alexa Moser, and the trophy is sponsored by Hill Well Drilling. Second place, Jay Shaner, with that trophy sponsored by Family Tradition Outdoors, LLC, out of Hughesville. Again, all the totes in every class are sponsored by Tractor Supply, so we thank those sponsors. Ready to move on to our middleweights. Number 867, 914, 972, and number 16, weights 106 to 108. On deck, we'll have number 644, 2, 845, and 976.
when I was asking the judges, I told them, I said, do you realize I'm an old man, set in my ways, and I think you do a lot of things that are stupid? And I said, I'm not going to change it. I'm going to tell people what I think. Well, easily, this is the best lamb I've seen so far today. But two of the dumb things they're doing in the show ring is we're talking about depth of ribbon. They're playing a big wool on like that. That is basically telling me they don't have enough depth of rib, or you want me to think it has more. And it makes the lamb look bad. It doesn't. Everybody looks like that. And I said, if I had a lamb like that at home, I said, well, you might have kidney stones. So it doesn't help. It's not blended right. It takes away from the appearance of, by far, a really, really good lamb. And another thing that some of them do is this lamb's legs are trimmed beautifully. But a lot of them come down with their shears. We talk about fitting. They come down with their shears and then just stop. And then all of a sudden the leg puffed out. That's not natural. It don't even look good. It looks like it's got a small joint. So this old man is just telling you what you see, but I really love this lamb. There's not a thing about the lamb I would change. I'd just take that wool off that belly there. If it don't have enough rib, it's got enough other good things about that lamb that it's going to be really, really tough. This lamb here has got more length of body, a lot less muscle, really ideal finish, really good on his feet and legs. Another really long body lamb, not as quite as nice in its design. Love its length, got some width out through its hip, got good shape to its rib, good on its top line. This lamb back here, good length of body, is the narrowest lamb in the class. It's got no curvature to the rib at all. Big lamb is growth with a lot of length, but you just don't have enough rib shape to be that great performance that you'd like to see. But a very nice class of lambs. Congratulations.
It's done by weight.
All with master fitter, first place Adam McCormick, second Wyatt Grimes, third Trevor Harris, and fourth Noah Collins. Into the ring, number 644, number 2, number 845, and 976. Weights from 109 to 115. On deck, 986, 920, 977, and 982.
That's why we figured give them the one kid. Yeah, but they, I know, but just want to make sure like, you don't get bored. So thank you.
Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Young man does a really good job of getting the sheep showed. Legs are always correctly placed. Does a nice job of leading it. The lamb is really straight at his top. Got a nice shape to its rib. Big old rack in it. Big groin. Really square rump. The lamb problem is starting to get a little bit more condition than I want. Still very, very acceptable. I think an easy winner in this class. Congratulations. This young lady's got a really nice lamb. Pressure is a term of a lamb that is probably more ideally finished. And this lamb shoots me better than the touch. Really, really firm. And I think it's a real close place in between, but when this lamb walks, it gets underneath itself. Get the back legs, don't take the full stride. They chomp it, and then this lamb then appears to be steeper in their rump. And then again, the sheep usually stand where they're most comfortable. So he just more correct off his back legs to suit. Really nice and attractive appearing lamb this young lady has. The lamb's got good length of body, much narrower right here than the other lambs. And a lamb that is shorter in its hind saddle, not a very long loin. But has excellent side view appearance, very good on its feet and legs. Presented very nice, she's done a great job. Young man back here has got another lamb that's got good length of body, just not enough condition on it, not enough muscle. The lamb will just get better with time because it's so long and so big frame. But a very nice class lamb from top to bottom.
Master Fitter, first place, Chase Shader. Second, Grace Hurley. Third, Obey Steiger. And fourth, Avery Jansen. Into the ring, lambs from 116 to 120 pounds. Numbers 986, 19, 20. 997 and 982.
It's always last year. Who's on last year? I think so.
On deck, we have 6 lambs on deck, 988, 745, 971, 996-635 and 902.
Yes. Oh, yes.
very nice class, and I think we got a real easy winner in this class. If we could pull that rib shape down a little bit, that lamb behind, that would suit me really well, because I think the lamb behind it probably excel in that respect. But as for shape of rack, this lamb will excel the class by quite a bit, and as for touch and firmness and freshness, it excels the class by quite a bit. I love the coarse lamb. It needs more rib shape. Awful nice lamb. Congratulations. Our second lamb is the second most correct lamb. Not as heavy a muscle, not as nice a shape of rat. Better in his rib shape. Really good on his feet and legs. Another really nice lamb. Third lamb, maybe not quite as correct off its back legs, gets a little bit straighter, maybe a little bit easier in his top. Another really nice gambling lamb in third place. Our fourth place lamb, similar to the lamb in front of it, a little bit deeper in his chest, a little bit deeper in his brisket, not quite as straight in his spine. Let his top get down. I want to get a little bit more set to the back legs when it walks, but again, the lamb is very ideally finished. Then I've got the Tunis lamb. I want to come in this young man. He probably raises Tunis sheep, and when you show what you raise or just like them, I commend you. They're going to have a hard time winning in a market lamb class because they just don't have the amount of muscle in the lower part of the leg. They don't have quite the firmness because they are a thicker hiding sheep. But that's an awful nice lamb that grows very well and has nice shape to its rib, and he's done a really good job, and I think all of them deserve another nice round of applause.
All with Master Fitter, first place Katie Shipton, second place Sophia Delaney, third place Trevor Harris, fourth place Peyton Douglas, fifth place Brendan Myers. Bringing the last class of middleweights in, weighing from 121 to 124. Number 998, 745, 971, 996, 635, and 902. On deck will be the middleweight first and second place winners. 972, 914, number 2, 976, 982, 997.
worse than any lamb I've seen today, weighing 50 some pounds. And so I know what it's like to be last, and I worked a long time before I got competitive. But one thing is, showmanship is really, really critical. And one of the things is getting them lambs to their top level, their head's correct, their nose not up in the air. And we're going to do showmanship later on, and I like it when you get different judges, no one knows exactly what he likes. And I'm going to give a few pointers throughout the day. Like one thing I said is, keep some spacing. I mean, if I want to walk in between them, there should be some spacing unless there's too many in the class. And one of the things is, I said I do a lot of my judging as they enter the ring. And if you're running your lamb right on top of the sheep in front of me, right in front of you, you're not giving me a chance to look at it. If they're going like this, I really don't have a chance to look. Always, when I show competitively, if I had a bad one, I run it on top of the sheep right in front of me so the judge didn't have much time to evaluate it. But if I had a good one, I save some spacing so when you look at where the judge's eye is and what he's looking at, you want your sheep to look really good when you go by him. And if you're going too fast, and that's what a lot of you are doing, when we bring them around here, I want to look at them one more time. Go slow, keep your sternum big, and keep your head up, and keep your animal moving, and keep behind the eye. When you get in front of the eye of the sheep, you're telling them to stop. And then you start pulling on the halter, the head goes down, and there's all attraction. So stay behind the eye, keep some spacing, don't move too fast, don't get too close to the judge. I can't judge from one spot here, but from back here I can judge a lot of the animal. And so when you showmanship, you all have some pointers of what I like, whether I'm right or wrong. But a few pointers if you're listening, okay? A really nice class. I think a real easy winner in this class. This is one of the nicest lambs I've seen so far. Because I like this lamb because it is so long. And it's so good on its feet. And it's so good over the rump. It's got a big old rack. Now, is it the perfect sheep? No. She puts fat on from front to rear and top to bottom. A lot of the judges today only do this. And you can get that top pretty firm by walking that and what you're feeding. But the giveaway of how fat a lamb is right here or in the flank. This lamb is starting to get a little more cover over the ribs. And the thing of it is, once you get them fat, then you want to take some of that fat off. It comes off in reverse order. The top. You heard of judges talk about the lamb being a little bit washed out. That's when you basically stop feeding it or it backs it off. But here's a lamb that's awful good. Getting a little bit more mark on than I like. Still an easy winner in this class. Here's a lamb that is more ideal in its finish. It's ideal. It's the biggest, heaviest muscle lamb through here of any lamb I handled today. But he's also really opened up in the shoulders. He's really blown apart too much. Too much here, too much here. If we was cleaner here, he would have won this class. Another nice lamb all the way through. When you let the lamb out through the rump compared to the other lambs, here's a lamb that's a little wastier in its front, a little deeper in its foreribs. Here's a lamb that could use a little bit more natural thickness, a little bit more bone. This young man's got a nice lamb and it would be very, very competitive. And everybody who watched probably seen what his problem is. He's going to have a hard time getting sold in a commercial sale. Because you can't always put this lamb in a semi. Unfortunate.
997, 971, 635. Next we'll start our heavyweight. Number is 995, number 10, number 641, number 990, and number 1000.
just need to put that product together in a little prettier frame, but a sheep that's got just tremendous amount of dimension to that hind saddle. And I like these lambs really well. And there's, they're all close to what I'm looking for. This lamb that wins the slightest class is just near perfect in design, near perfect in correctness, really ideal in its finish. And what hurts it in this class out here is it's the lightest lamb. It's light by 15 or 16 pounds to the lamb behind it. That equates to maybe $40. You sell 20 lambs, that's quite a bit of money. And so that's the only thing I want to fault that lamb on is I'd like to see him a little bigger. I think he could be a little bigger. I don't think he could be that big and be that good. This lamb is second. I really like second in line. He's not quite as correct on his feet and legs. He's not quite as square over his rump. He's not quite as good at touching. But he is still was an E-class winner. He's a lamb that is just very ideal in the shape and top. He just needs to be just a tad more attractive in his design. And then we've got the real long body lamb, which I like length of body. There's two ways to put a weight on it. Sheep, and that's to make them long and make them thick. So we can take this lamb here and put the butt of that one over there. I'd be picking that lamb for my champion today. This lamb just needs more dimension to its neck, a little bit more depth to its rib. But with that length of body, it got it to this weight pretty easily. It's still a young appearing lamb with no added condition and a lot of frame size, just not enough muscle compared to a couple of the other lambs out here. Then I really like this lamb here. He's got the advantage of weight over the rest of the class. He's a young appearing lamb to me. He's big in his bone. He's good in his rib shape. He's straight in his top. He's really square out over his rump. He is not the most ideally finished lamb in this class. He was surely good enough for me to put him in first place without any hesitation. And I think he will be our grand champion. And then we're going to go down here with this little lighter lamb that is just really cool as a reserve. Congratulations. Champion and reserve champion.
length of body. A lamb that just combines into an all good lamb. And then I think it's real close. At one time I had the fourth lamb projected for second. But as I look at them, I didn't like this second lamb as well as the next couple. What takes away from the appearance of this lamb is it is dog long. And there's nothing wrong with that. It just is, we got them so much shorter. When we get them short, we got the problem like we had in that one lamb that was last in class. So if I look at that lamb with that dog off that's short, that lamb looks totally different to me. The lamb excels the rest of the class right here. This lamb is tremendous wide rack, got a really nice shape of rib, got a really nice front. And again, if I shorten that there, the lamb would look much leveler in that hip for me. I think a really nice lamb. I like this lamb here in third. A lamb that don't have the dimension at top. A lamb that don't have quite as fresh, but another really nice lamb. And then this fourth lamb, I thought I'm gonna put it in second. But when we watch this lamb on the move, he gets a little bit too straight off his back legs. He gets walking underneath himself, and he runs down and runs downhill. It's a little shorter body, but very fresh to the touch. Really nice in the chest floor, but it runs downhill a little bit more, and it just doesn't have the appearance on the move that I like to see. Love the upstandiness of this one here, fifth, and I like the love neck, the body, not near as heavy a muscle. A lamb that doesn't handle the back legs quite as correctly, and doesn't hold his top together quite as well. If you want a real expressive top lamb with a big explosive rack, when they tend to drop like that, he's got width, and he's got width here. It just takes away from his general appearance. And a very outstanding class from top to bottom. Let's give him another nice round of applause.
First place is Samantha Harvey. Second place, Alexis Gervin. Third place, Lydia B. Fourth place, Madison Atherton Depew. And fifth place, Kelby Brigg. All with master fitters. Into the ring, we need 716, 974, 973, 834. 8 weights from 129 to 132. On deck 977, 989, 11, 969, 983.
When's that? When's that? So at the pig barn, it's the cow barn. That one, very first one on the left. Or not on the left, but on the right barn, very first one. Pig barn, and then the cow barn right next to that, the very first one. It'd be a big black one, a big red one, and a small black one. Alright. See you, bro.
Cooper needs to kick finish it.
Another really good class of lamb. Let's give them a really nice round of applause. I think I'm going to give another pointer for showmanship, okay? I think this lamb would easily smoke the class, easily. I come around to the front, and this young man, he wants to lift the front end to get it set. The front legs are like this. I don't like big front ends, and I like to come straight out. Instead of setting the legs in,
She's down there.
that lamb wants to
Right there.
support itself by spreading the leg wider in the knees, and it makes it look terrible. It looks like it's coming in at its knees, and that lamb needs to be set together to be competitive in a championship drive, because I don't like that at all. And that lamb is really clean fronted, so when you view it from the side, it's nicer in the chest floor, it's shallower in the chest floor, it's cleaner in the brisket than this lamb behind it, but this lamb behind it stands way more correct off the front legs. An excellent broccoli lamb here in second, excellent lamb here in first, a really nice lamb here in third, that again is just getting a little bit wastier right here, a little bit more wastier over here, but still very correct. And then we got a pair of lambs that you have to admire how well they grow. They're pretty good in terms of the way they're finished. This lamb here, when you watch him walk, he's too wide in his hocks, and he wants to roll his legs really bad. This lamb here not only wants to roll his legs out, he's also sickle hop. From here to here should all line up. His legs set way back beyond. He gets underneath himself instead of under his hips. A really nice body lamb, just not correct enough on his feet and legs. Let's give them another nice round of applause.
Cooper, you forgot to kick it.
First place, Philip McCormick. Second, Cooper Wilt. Third, Sarah Hardy. Fourth, Grace Hearn. And fifth, Blake Snyder, all with master fitter. Into the ring, number 977, 989, 11, 969, and 983. Weights 134 to 140. While they're coming into the ring, we just ask that you keep former President Donald Trump in your prayers, who was grazed by a bullet here this afternoon in Butler, PA. They say that he'll be all right, but his head and ear were grazed by a bullet. Keep our country, in our prayers. The upheaval that we have. Our country also needs our prayers.
Huh? Oh, eventually. Alright, pretty expensive. He gets showed Monday night.
What?
Emmett gets showed Monday night.
Yeah, I know. And so on.
It's Cal.
Let's give them a nice round of applause. We got a nice set of big lambs that's growed really well. We're starting to run into the opposite problem that we had in our lightweight classes, where the lightweight classes weren't finished enough, and now we're getting them finished too much. They surely don't look as bad as some of them handle. When I get back here, the two that suit me really well are our first two. The first lamb is just kind of flawless in its makeup. It's long, heavy muscles, big wrap, level rump, youthful in its appearance, good on its feet legs. Easy winner in this class. And on the mare, it's just ideal in its finish. Pretty good in its conformation, really good on its feet legs is the lamb we've got in second. The third lamb is the lamb that actually handles a little faster than
clean fronted. The big lamb we have in here is getting a lot of condition over the ribs for me. A really good lamb, and you take some of that condition off these 3 lambs, they would be very, very competitive. But they're excessive condition for me at this point. But very nice lambs. I admire them for the way they've grown. And again, at a sale barn, they would probably still sell pretty good, but at the show, they're just well in excess of 3/10 inch back fat for me. So, but a very nice growthy set of sound lambs. Congratulations.
First place, Samantha Harvey. Second place, Tucker Hearn. Third place, Liam Hill. Fourth, Michaela Heiler. And first, fifth, Jackson Will. And the ring is 737, 992, 984, 994, weighing 142 to 146. On deck will be number 736 and 991.
Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. We're getting into the big boy class. These young men and women done a really good job. They probably fed them a little bit too hard, they had them a little bit too old, but they surely have grown well. And again, I raise sheep and they can't grow fast enough for me. I want them to grow as fast as they possibly can so I can get rid of them. And these have grown really well, but there's three of them that are carrying too much condition. If we were to put them in a carcass contest, they would be disqualified for being excessively fat and over their top and over their ribs. And the lamb that suits me really well in terms of condition is our class winner. Let's give that young man a nice round of applause. I'm not saying it's the best lamb, but it's one of the longest lambs. It's put together pretty nice. It stays really clean in his front. And the lamb is just by far the most ideally finished lamb in the class. So congratulations to him. And then we've got three lambs that are just packed full of muscle. I like them all. They got bone. They're young enough in their appearance. They got big old tops in them. They got a lot of muscle in there. They got a lot of muscle, but they're just a little bit too fat. I think the lamb that suits me the most in terms of overall design and pattern is the lamb we got in second. The lamb we got in third doesn't tend to be quite as strong in his top. It tends to be a little bit deeper in his chest forward, but it tends to be a little bit longer, which makes that a close place. Fourth place lamb is the lamb that gets a little bit U-neck for me. It runs downhill a little bit more, doesn't stand quite as stretched off his back leg, but still is a very heavy muscle, growthy production type sheep. I like production. Let's give all four of them a nice round of applause.
All events are fitting. First place, McKelvey Green. Second, William Hill. Third, Josh Hill. Fourth, Kalen Powell. Into the ring, number 736, 991. 155 to 160 in weight. Deck number 835.
definitely not as fat as the lambs in the last class. They're very sound, they're very correct, they've got a lot of dimension, they got a lot of muscle. I think it's close between the two and I can go either direction. I like the front end on this lamb a little bit better. I like the length of body a little bit better. I like the thickness of this one probably a little bit better, and I think the second lamb appears to be a little bit more youthful about its head. But again, both of them are very, very growthy, very correct, heavy muscle lambs. Got a little bit more condition than they need, but at this size, I think they're very acceptable. Congratulations on both of them.
On deck are all the heavyweight first and second place winners. Number 10, number 1,000, 973, 968, 11, 977, 994, 984, 736, 991.
Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause. I'm going to take her back to Ohio with me and she can feed my sheep because I wish some of mine grew that good. That lamb's a tank. Got a lot of muscle, got a lot of ribs. See, two ways to put weight on the sheep, and that's in thickness and in length. In the last class we had a little bit of both, that real long lamb, a real thick lamb. Here's a really, really thick lamb. I mean, really wide base. All the way from front to back. Needs to be a little prettier up through the front, but a lamb that is still fairly youthful in this appearance, but and not excessively fat. Matter it needs to be, but could be a lot worse. Very good on his feet and legs, packed full of muscle. Congratulations on a fine job of beating that project.
First place, Sarah Hardy, Master Fitter. We'll now have all the first and second place heavyweight winners back in the ring, please. On deck will be the grand champion, number 28, number 1, 971, 972.
Let's give these exhibitors a fine round of applause. That's, a lot of times you just hope when you judge a show you find one you like. And I think a lot of times I wish we could start with the heavy lands and go backwards and make me more comfortable when judging. You expect to find them in the heavier classes. I tell people, I says, you know, if you want to win your money there, you got to have a lamb over 125 pounds, really, and more like 135, somewhere in there. Ohio State Fair used to have a maximum weight of 130, and for 12 years in a row, the champion lamb come out of that last class. Because when you got more pounds, you got more muscle typically, if everything else is equal. And this is an awful good class of lambs, and that was my hard decision here. Do I take the lamb that I think is the freshest in the class, most ideal to the touch, or do I take the lamb that's just big and powerful and long like I like them and it's still very acceptable? And I narrowed down to this lamb that's first in line and third in line. And I love this lamb the way it touches. It is super fresh. And that means that lamb has never probably been held very much or been done by an expert. That lamb is very fresh. And the hide's not dried out. He's got really nice shape. He's really long. And if you watch him when he walks, you can see the muscle in his leg just real defined. That's a sign that he's got no condition on him. But I mean, excessive condition. This is a really lamb I really like. And then I like this lamb here too. He's not as long a body as either one of the lambs in between them. He's really nice in his shape. He's young in his appearance. He's good on his feet and legs. Then I get back to this other lamb I really, really like. And what did I say? I like thickness and I like the body. Well, here's a really, really long lamb. He's long in the right places. He's good on his feet and legs. He's youthful in his appearance. He's surely not carrying too much condition. He is a lamb that is not as fresh as that lamb. If I say that lamb is fresh, it is. It's not as fresh as that one. There is a difference. This lamb, there's a difference in length and there's a difference in weight. Really tough decision. I like pounds, and this will be our reigning champion in the heavyweight. And this will be our
reserve champion Samantha the Harvey, with the trophy sponsored by Hill Well Drilling in Muncie, and the champion heavyweight Samantha the Harvey trophy is sponsored by Winter Sawmill at Cogan Station. We'll now need all first and second place winners out in the three classes: 28, 2, 971, 972, 11, and 10. For all 4 H'ers, once we picked the grand champion, a 5-minute break for everyone to go get their pairs. Pairs will be next. So after the champion 5-minute break, have your pairs ready to bring in to the ring, followed by breeding and then showmanship. I'd like to thank the sheep committee for all the hard work they do. Chairman Stacy Gervin, co-chair Craig Gervin, and ringmaster Courtney Knight and Courtney Davis, ribbons Pam Engel, Tim Harding, Rachel Bostic, and Wade, Stacy, and Craig Gervin, and Tyler Courtney Gervin, and Craig Knight. So thank you for all your hard work and work from these 4-H'ers and making a good show tonight. Okay, we're going to change the 5-minute break to after Okay, my mistake. They went 2 5-minute breaks. One after grand champion and one after fair.
Yeah, that's Mark. First one, Mark.
Well, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Let's give those back in the barn for making it. These guys worked hard out here to get this first champion reserve in their division. And hear probably any pressure other than the lamp that's sitting behind it. I really think it's youthful enough, in my appearance. It's surely sound in its design, and when you can't take away its length, as long as you got the thickness to go with it, this will be our grand champion lamp. Congratulations. And for reserve, it's again, all of us lambs. We've got the young lamb out here, smaller lamb, really nice shape. This barrel is ribbed. It's really white base behind. This lamb just brought the lambs that really like the length, the thickness combination. Really good on its feet and legs. And then we got the reserve heavyweight lamb that, in my opinion, is the freshest lamb in our lineup out here today, and very good on his feet and legs, and youthful in his appearance. There's still the second longest lamb out here, and will be our reserve man champion.
First and second, or grand champion, third grand champion, go to Samantha Harvey, and both the trophies were sponsored by Craig and Sandy Knight. They said 5 minutes, and then we'll go into pairs, another 5 minutes into breeding.
I want to ask you for some chips again.
What's your Facebook picture? Get to get
Do or don't?
We do. Oh, we're
Apparently I gotta be green.
No, we were trying to go there. I came up the same night.
Well, still.
challenge of making them look the way they should. A pair should look like a pair of identical twins. You want as high quality as you can, uniform in length, uniform in finish, uniform in youthfulness. And again, I think we got a real easy class put here for me because they're very much alike. They weren't the biggest claims in the class. They're very much alike in their size, their conformation, their correctness, their youthfulness. The next pair are two of the heavier muscle pair. I think they're very uniform and they fall in the class. Second place reserve champion, really nice. Our third pair is a big pair of powerful lambs. One's quite a bit bigger than the other in terms of overall pounds and length, but they are a really, very nice set of lambs. And as we go down the line, I just try to get them as uniform as I could, combination with quality. Congratulations to these exhibitors out here today.
In the pairs, first place, Shay Shader. Second place, Lydia Mead. Third place, Kelly Brigg. Fourth, Joshua Hill. And fifth, Avery Jansen. Our breeding will be in 5 minutes. The rams are first. If we can bring out both rams, we have one in each class. We'll take first in that class, and then our judge can judge for the champion ram lamb.
Is it open down there? Yeah.
Failed to mention that the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion banners were sponsored by Reader Brothers Fuel of Hughesville. So thank you to the Reader Brothers. And the overall Showman buckles that will be coming up were sponsored by the Cumming County Youth Livestock Committee. Elders of Racer Region.
Oh, yeah. He would have just been
If cricket's out there, you can go ahead and bring your ram in. We have one ram that's 1 to 2 years old that we have, which will take first place with Alexis Gervin. We also have a spring ram lamb who will take first place with Cricket Robbins. And now we choose the overall champion ram lamb. On deck, we will have yearly ewes, 1 year and under 2.
Got a yearling and I've got a lamb, and they're very similar in their makeup. They're both fairly sound and good in their meat legs. They actually look like it could be similar in their genetics. The yearling buck probably could be a notch lower from his hips to his fins, and so could the buck lamb. I think he's a little bit lower. The yearling buck though has the age of age, stayed pretty sound on his feet and legs. He will be the champion ham ram, and the buck lamb will be the reserve champion ram.
Champion ram lamb is Alexis Gervin, and the trophy is sponsored by Matt and Chris Cochran. And reserve ram is Cricket Robbins. We'll now have the yearling ewes, 1 year and under 2, Alexis, Chase.
this class of yearling ewes. They're all fairly straight in their top, and they all fairly soundly correct on their feet legs. The big difference in them is volume and capacity. To carry a lamb and be productive, take in a lot of forage and be productive. And that ewe that wins the class is the one young man nearest me has. He's standing downhill in this hole right now with big volume. You easily the most volume, the biggest rib, and still not bad at all. A very, very nice ewe. The ewe in second is the most close like it. Our last two ewes, the third and fourth, again, the third ewe had just a nice more rib shape, a little bit more depth, a little bit more bone. The last ewe just a little bit refined. You see a little bit more structure, a little bit more depth, but very straight in their lines, long in their body. Very nice class A Hampshire ewes.
First place and second place go to Alexis Gervin, third and fourth Chase Shader. Now we have the pairs of the same age, pair of yearling ewes.
She had the chicken mobile. Hey.
We surely got two nice Hampshire ewes showing in our weather type in our championship drive. Our yearling ewe is really smooth, very level in her rump, really good in her rib, good on her feet and legs. Our ewe lamb is growthy. She's clean about her front. She's got a nice depth of rib. Where she changes, she's got a little bit more dot, and it makes her appear a little leveler, less level over her rump, and she probably is a notch. We're going to use the maturity and the advantages yearling ewe has in her age and her capacity. Very nice pair of ewes. Congratulations.
Grand champion, supreme champion ewe was Alexis Gervin. Trophy sponsored by Dean Showers State Farm Insurance in Hughesville. Now go to pairs, and we start
Start with showmanship, and we always start with the seniors age 16 to 18, so the younger kids can learn from the seniors that are in the ring. So seniors 16 to 18.
How many do you want? How many do you think? All of them.
Okay. I should be small on there, sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's having fun now. Yeah.
While we're waiting for the senior showman to come out, I'd like to thank our judge, Bud Martin, Ohio. This time he spent with the kids, explaining the good and the bad, showmanship, helping, hopefully it helped the kids out quite a bit, and also helped the parents out with all that they're looking for in future years.
Or a bucket and a half. So. And then he was trying to knock it over. That was enough of that. What should we teach you? Go for it. Way to pull out the top. Good cheer. Remember one. Golf course right out of oh look, there's little yellow.
Probably helps her.
Yeah.
next age group into the ring will be intermediates ages 13 to 15. Senior ages 16 to 18.
We made a mistake. It's on us. Next show. We use this. It was announced at
13.
Put your nipples away. I can see them.
Okay, they put her back into this.
We surely got pretty nice showers out here, and again, showmanship was one of my favorite contests. Like I told you, my first lamb, I stood last out of 52 mark lambs, all one class, and it got away from me. And I realized that if you can't hang on to it, you ain't going to do very good. I also realized that good showers always seem to have pretty good lambs. Well, good showers make a lamb look better than it usually is, and a bad shower makes a good lamb look worse than it really is. And one of the secrets of it is leading and presenting your lamb around the ring. Because most shows, you have to lead. And as I said earlier in the day, the first sheep always leads the hardest because sheep like to follow. The sheep that likes to go first is the troublemaker. You have 100 ewes, and the one that gets out is the troublemaker. The rest follow. Well, when you're leading in a ring and in a show, you never really want to be first. And like I said, in a big class, you kind of want to be in the middle because they like having something in front of them and back of them. But only three, I let each one of them go first. And one of the things I like is, if you want anything to stop, you show hogs, we show hogs, we show some calves, we show a lot of sheep. You want one to stop, you get in front of his eyes. That's the way you stop anything. You get in front of it. So if you're leading your animal and you break in front of its ears and its eyes, you're telling it to stop. So you're basically telling it to stop, but you're pulling on at the same time. And usually when you're pulling on it, the neck is no longer like this, it's like this. And it's fighting, so its legs aren't right. So you want to stay behind the ear and behind the eye when you're leading, as much as you can, even with your arm. Like if I was showing them this big ring on the end, I'd have my arm behind that ear, because they don't like touched on the ears. I showed Chevy, I said, hey, it touched on the ears. So you stay behind the ears, keep your body back at the And this young lady at this end done by far the best job. She never got in front of her sheep. She kept moving, kept the head up, never got the nose too high, and each one had the opportunity to go first. She sets her lamb up pretty good. Another thing is, when I'm looking at the sheep from the front, and I'm looking at it right now, if I'm looking at this lamb here, there's no point of her moving to this side. Always as long as I keep that lamb between me and yourself. Now, once I start eyeing this sheep, that's when this young lady needs to move over here, because now I can look at this lamb, and this lamb. And then as I take my eye over to this lamb, I can now look at this lamb, and this lamb. And so often, if sheep get away from you, it's when you make that switch around from because this young lady, she kind of let loose of it when she went around and it's fun. And that's when most sheep get away, is when they make that turn around the front. But you know, and the faster you move around the sheep, I got a son-in-law that, well, I can't hire no kids to work for me anymore because I'm such a mean guy. But I won't let him help me do chores because he moves too fast. He moves to the center of the pen. I got a group that's got 200 ewes in with lambs, and he has to go through the center of the pen. The sheep have no idea which direction to go. I said, walk slow, walk around the edge. And that's the same thing with sheep. Any fast movement really makes it tough on them. So when you move around that front, there's no big hurry because I've already committed myself. When I come off this line to look at this one, I've already committed myself. I'm looking at this. Now, once I make this move here, I'm not going to look at that thing because see how fast you get around that side. Come around, see what it looks like from behind. And the most important thing here is have that lamb's back leg set up, and because that's what I'm looking at. I'm worried about that. And if you get that back leg set up really good, then you can worry about the front legs because I might step back here like this. But concentrate on what I'm looking at. And this is the thing most of them want to do. They want to set the front end up by lifting them. And what usually happens when you lift the front end of the sheep, it breaks apart right here because you're hinging it. And so the best way is to set, and most people want to set a front leg by going below the knee. And back here they want to go up in the stifle, and it's exactly backward. That sheep hates touched here. You go above the knee, you can set that leg wherever you want. You go here, they'll just bend it. And if you grab a lamb up in the hock, they don't like that, and you can't control it. You grab it below. So just the opposite of common sense. It's above the knee in front, and below the hock and back. Here's the hock. And then you can actually place them sheep wherever you want. And I hear it. I've judged 25 state fairs. I've judged 1,000 shows. I always hear, well, the same people always win. I'll tell you what, there wasn't a single person here I knew, other than Brooke Mayspeak, and I didn't even recognize her, and she's not from this county. But it's presentation of your animal. And again, that gets you a lot of miles. And it's just because it's presentation. Straight lines, legs down correctly. When I judge our mark lambs, judge breeding sheep that are correct, straight in their lines, don't get their nose too high, move around the ring, hold together. And these ladies done a good job. But tonight, I'm going to place them in this order. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Congratulations.
Our intermediate champion is Michaela Heiler, and that trophy is sponsored by Buttonwood Truck Center and Trout Run. We'll now have our 9 to 12-year-olds in the ring. 9 through 12 years old. On deck will be first-year showers, no matter what age.
So I'm looking at, I want to look at your land, and I'm looking at this spot right here. I'm going to look at your land about 170. And you're right this close. So, go ahead and move. Now say there's 20 land in this class, and I'm looking here as a judge to watch it walk by, and if you're right here already, I never even saw your land, okay? Big class, good time for me to look. A lot of space, okay? Okay, go on. saved my life today. They're a lot of work. You have to know what you're doing. Like I said, anything is just like if you want to be an artist, you got to know what you want to paint. If you want to show a sheep, you kind of want to know what it's supposed to look like and what you're supposed to do. My grandsons will set themselves up in front of a mirror and watch how the leg placements are. You ought to be able, if you show it long enough, you ought to be able to tell when a sheep moves its feet. Just by holding his head, you can tell usually when they shift their body. And that's when you automatically get auto look to see if those sheep are set up. And most of the judging is done over the years as the judge judges bottom up. And I've been in classes of 50 and 60 head, bottom up, and you can't take all day like I am today, okay? Well, what's the easiest for a judge to do? If you judge the bottom up, picking the sheep into a lot of position. Everybody agree with you. The legs are all cramped up, the sheep sagging his top, head's down, and so that's going to start going boom, 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 and no one says anything because you're not presenting your animal as well as the next person. We'll get in a smaller class like this, we can be maybe a little bit more selective in what we're doing. But again, the hardest sheep to show out here is the first sheep. And I always tell everybody the first sheep sets the line. Well, the young man's got to keep his lamb straight. My line is, it always should be square to me. His lamb fits over that way. And really, for judging mark lambs, if you're going to get it out of angle, we have some kids that when they show, they'll tip the butt toward me so I can see the muscle part of the lamb. But really, I want to see the side view. I want to see the butt view. I will come to this angle. So he needs to bring the hip around on his sheep. He just puts his hand there and brings that hip around and then sets them legs. But his lamb is the hardest show to set first. I'm sure if I moved him back here, it might show a little bit better. But because that lamb is showing hard, it's never stood right on those back legs. They're underneath them. And that makes that sheep look droopy in the rump, and it also makes it look sickle hot. And it is probably a little sickle hot, but if you set them back, that lamb's going to look more correct there and leveler in the hip. The young lady probably has a forest lamb out there. To make it look really good, she does the hardest job out here, and I think she does the best job of having the legs where I want them. She's aware of where I'm at. I told her she gets the nose a little too high and probably a little high right now because as you lift the head on the sheep, your back sags. You take your own neck like this, your back sags. So the bottom is too high and the sheep always easy in the top. But her leg's not easy in the top. Front legs are set pretty good. She just felt it move without looking. Now she's going to set it. Now, I wish she would just take her hands and move the front legs forward. Because that's where I positioned. But bring the front legs forward, it will be set up. But it did set up because the way she done it, which is not the way I like it done, but it worked. Her lamb still looks good for the quality of lamb she's got. It looks really good. It's the most correct right now. The young lady next, she does a good job of getting it set most of the time. She gets the ball on the front, and what happens? The top come up, right? And then she pushes it down. So basically, as a judge, I'm standing back in here, and she goes, well, that lamb gets high at the top. She pushes it up. You're making it aware of me what you don't like about that. If you don't want to ever see me do that. I go to so many fairs, and the kids are pushing on them so hard, and that top comes up, and they're going, boom, and then it comes right back up, boom. That's like saying, hey, Judge, my lamb wants to pop his top up, and I'm pushing it down. You don't want me to see your hide the problems of your sheep, because there's no perfect sheep. There's some awful good ones, but there's no perfect sheep. And so don't let the judge, you don't want to have the judge what's wrong with your lamb. Okay? And the young man back here has got a lamb that's a little bit too straight on his back leg. He don't have enough set to his hop. So he's going to be a hard lamb to set. Because if he stretch it back anymore, he could buckle his pocket. So he's got a challenge to begin with. But like here on this lamb here, if he brings his front leg forward, this lamb will look a lot better because right now he looks pretty straight on his leg and a little bit jammed up. But they've all done a good job. You got their top lines good, but keeping a ring aware, being straight, getting the legs set. And again, I like, in Ohio, you no longer can switch sheep sheep onto other kids, but I make all the good showers show a bad sheep and see if they can make it look better. That's what the whole thing's about. It's not hard to show a good sheep. It's hard to show a bad one. And when you're showing 26 like I did, there's a lot of bad ones I had. I needed a bunch of good showers, okay? So you all did a really good job. I'm going to place this 1, 2, 3, 4. Congratulations.
Our junior showmanship was Cricket Robbins, and the trophy sponsored by Family Traditions Outdoors of Hughesville. Like first year showmanship in the ring at this time with the other 3 champions on deck. I'd also like to thank State Farm and Dean Showers of Hughesville for donating the frisbees.
Good job. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I've been chewed out by a lot of parents. I'm used to that. I had a school teacher tell me, you're too critical, you're too negative. And I said, well, Jimmy got an F. I'm not hoping my teacher didn't tell my kid that he got an F and he done a good job. To improve, you got to tell them what they can do wrong, or what they did wrong and what they did right. And first off, coming out here into the show ring in front of all these people, that's really deserves a nice round of applause from them. And again, as I get older, I can't remember what I'm supposed to do most of the time, and at this age, a lot of them can't process fast enough what's going on. But again, they've done an awful good job, and I admire all of them for coming out here. The young lady first in the line here does an excellent job, by far an excellent job of moving your animal around the ring. And again, but I said it in class before, and I know that probably all members are not lifted. You watch her set the front leg, she went below the knee instead of above the knee. And the lamb didn't want to put it down. And then one time she reached back to set the back leg, she went too high instead of low. Low behind, high in front. And then another thing is, when I come around to the front, she was going back and forth and back and forth. What did I say when you go back and forth and back and forth? That's when they get away from you. As long as I'm looking at this sheet, my eyes, you watch my eyes, as long as I'm looking at that sheet, you don't need to move. If you go around there, it's like me reading a book and someone just keeps doing this to me. And so until my eyes start coming around here to look at this and that sheet, that's when you need to come around, okay? And still come all the way around so I can look at all your sheep. And then once I get totally on this side, then you can come back with your knee in front, okay? And, but she does a good job, and she's going to be our class winner today. Congratulations. Then we're going to use this young man here. He's got a lamb that he has done an excellent job of getting it to lead. And he can lead it in front. He's got to work at getting it set up and keeping it squared away, okay? But coming into the ring, this lamb has done real good in this class. Really attractive lamb. Kept its head up. Kept it moving. Sometimes it gets too far in front of it, and that's why it wants to stop. But you stay behind that when you need it. But you got a really nice land. You present it very well on the move, okay? You got to get the legs set up more like this young lady up here did to get into that first place. And third's going to be this young man here who's done a really good job. Congratulations. He's got good control of his lamb. He gets a little bit too far in front of it when he's leading it. But right now this lamb looks 100% correct. Great. Top line straight, nose not too high, legs probably very good job. And then this young lady, her name was tired. And I'm tired too, and I know what that's like. But she done a good job because she stuck it out and hung with it. She's doing a darn good job right now. Congratulations to all four of them.
And our first year showmanship winner is Alexis Moser. Trophy sponsored by Steph Shipton of Muncie, PA. Now we'll just need the 4 winners in showmanship back in the ring, please.
We have 4 excellent showers out here for their different ages represented. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We're going to start with our first victim, the young lady here at the end. And she does the best job of getting the leg set. She got the biggest length, but she's also probably got the most experience, and she's got the the skill set to do it. One of the things I like to see her do, like now, she gets her head up really nice, but her lamb is letting his top down. She's got to be aware of that. Second, we're going to use the young lady that will come out of the last class. And one of the things is, she's got a really nice lamb. She doesn't get the head too high, but I moved the back leg on all those lambs. And she should look as soon as I walk to the next one. I'd like you to set that leg up a little bit sooner, okay? So she does an awful nice job, and she's got a nice lamb to show. And sometimes the quality of the lamb always helps. If I'm trying to take, I'm not judging the lamb, I'm judging the way you were able to operate with it as the two units. And next we're going to have the young lady standing there. Fourth line will be third. She's got the hardest lamb to show in terms of correctness of feet and legs. I think she does a darn good job, and I commend her for that. The young man out here, if he would do one thing different, he probably could have been second. Okay? And I said earlier, when you lead your animal, if you get in front of his eyes or his ears, you're telling him to stop. And you know, he had the chain. He had his body at the right spot, but he had his hand in front of his eye, and that's why he didn't want to lead for him. So when you gotta get that chain shorter, but your hand was usually about here with the chain, and your body was wrong. You were here at the shoulder, but your hand was here in front of that eye. That'd be like me doing this. You're not going to come ahead, Mr. Really tough. Are you really tough? Yeah, you've done a good job. All of them did a really good job. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That ends our show tonight, and again, I'd like to thank Bud for judging the show for us tonight.